Hello, YouTube Cubes. I am here live in person. I feel like I'm quiet today. I don't know. I'm in a mood. We've been doing Minecraft Stone Block 2. You've been missing it. But today, we're changing course. It's going to be a weird week because it's Thanksgiving week. So it's going to be weird. Okay? I'm thankful for all of you. So be thankful too and hit the like button. Subscribe if you're new. Today we're going to do sort of behind the scenes look at my process here. Why do my shirts do this? Every time I check. Anyhow, I'm going to need this today. Pencil isn't even, yes it is green. Anyhow, today, my ADHD is going to be a mess for no reason at all. That's what I've discovered. Now, we are taking a behind-the-scenes look at my process to get our upcoming event, A Very Legend of Merry Zelda Christmas time link, up and running. Now, usually I don't do this on stream, ever. In fact, it's all off a stream. You guys never see like 90% of what goes into this. Okay, when I hit the live button, that's the easy part. Except it's not always easy because the internet breaks and there's a chainsaw in the background, or somebody's knocking on the door, or the dogs are acting up, or whatever may happen. But this is the easy part. Just remember that. The difficulty is a 6 out of 10, and that's the easy part. You know you're in hard mode for life. Behind us. Hello, welcome. Also, I did not get the chat bot to work. YouTube, please. let us have an API that actually just let me have a thing that does the thing. I'm just gonna have to do the basic, just generic stream bot, I guess. I don't know what I'm gonna do at this point. This music took a turn. Dramatic dark. Oh, it's that one song. Jeez, quick. Next one. Still testing music. Anyhow, that music's not going to stay on because we're going to be actually going into the game soon. So, if you've never been to a Very Legend of Merry Zelda Christmas event, the first year we played the original game, then the Super Nintendo, then N64, and I think we played Breath of the Wild after that. Did we play Wind Waker that year? Wind Waker? Galka, hello, welcome. I don't remember, but the first year we played through 4 or 5 Zeldas, including Breath of the Wild. And then when I finished Breath of the Wild, we went back and played it again to 100%. It was a lot. Then last year we did randomizers. I think. Yeah, it was very random. We did Wind Waker. We did A Link to the Past. But then we played Breath of the Wild again. But every time I died or I hit the time limit, which was randomly selected through dice, I had to go beat a randomizer. And I don't know, last year's event was okay. This year, I decided to keep it simple. I said, you know what? I like the shorter event. Okay, I'll bring it back, but let's not go all month and do 100%, because that's what we did. I 100%ed Breath of the Wild again before, we didn't do that until April though. But I did 100%ed Breath of the Wild, and that's gonna help us today to start. But when I go back and do this, we are actually going to delete that save. We played Wind Waker some. I don't remember if it was part of Merry. It might have been. Yeah, I can't remember either. I remember Ocarina of Time and being like, wow, this game is not as good as I remember. Nostalgia poison just doesn't work on me as well as other people. You know? I talk about it all the time. We're poisoned with nostalgia in this day and age. Nintendo's great at giving us the poison too. And we happily drink it because it makes us feel good. But it's not good for us. It's not good to put on the rose-tinted sunglasses and look back and say, life was so great back then. Was it? Was it? Was it really? Really? Maybe it was. But we don't know because it's been like 20 years. So, hi there, hello, welcome. But that was an eye-opener for me, actually, because I enjoyed Ocarina of Time when I was a younger Zorric. But now I think it's overrated. I think the randomizer and stuff, I think if you're good at Ocarina of Time, like you've played so much of it, it's second nature to you. I think it's much different. But for the most part, I don't know. I don't feel like Ocarina of Time holds the test of time when it comes to games. You go back and it just feels empty. I think the HD version for Wind Waker 2 is a better version of Wind Waker. It's just that they never released it on a console. Hello? Well, they did, but it was a dead console the time they released it. That's what pisses me off. So, Wind Waker, if Wind Waker came out on Switch, that'd be easy money for Nintendo, because I would pay it, especially if it was the HD version, because it would just be an improvement on Wind Waker. So, like, I had to get the GameCube stuff out to even play Wind Waker. Then I ended up buying a new GameCube controller. So, casual game, Ocarina of Time is pretty rough now to you. I don't even think Ocarina of Time, if Ocarina of Time came out today, would ever be accepted in the gaming world, even as a Zelda game, right? Like, ever since Wind Waker and Twilight Princess and, you know, just everything after that. Actually, Twilight Princess... We had Skyward Sword, Twilight Princess, Skyward Sword, and then it was Breath of the Wild, I think, for 3D games, wasn't it? Is that true? It shows quite the jump, if that's true. But Skyward Sword, I mean, the only problem, if they re-release Skyward Sword with a new combat mechanics that somehow utilized the same thing but didn't kill my hands, I think that's it. I think if you can get, because I was watching Aurora Peachy and she said the same thing I was thinking, if you can get halfway through Skyward Sword, you'll be fine. But if you can't get halfway through Skyward Sword with the controls, you're not going to like it ever. And that's me. It hurt my hands. I hated it. It's just absolutely terrible. And people out there, it's like, it's still a 9 out of 10 game. If you can't beat the game because the controls suck that badly, it's not a 9 out of 10 game. That's the poison you're drinking. You're just hoping that it's a good game. At that point, same reason I stopped playing Sea of Stars, which we may return to in December just to finish it. I'm going to turn everything on and make it easy mode and just beat it, because I just want to experience the game at a certain point, because other people have beat it and they're like, it's not that bad, whatever. But here's my thing. Watching people go back and play Mario RPG, which released last week, watching people go back and play that and enjoy it and just have the nostalgia, what I realized is the quality of the game matters. And I think Ocarina of Time's biggest problem is it never really got upgraded to its potential. And Nintendo could do that. They could re-release Ocarina of Time beyond just an HD remake, but like an actual remake. They go back, they smooth the crap out, they get the controls right, they make sure that the mini games aren't shit. You know what I'm talking about. But like, if they went back and re-released Ocarina of Time, much like they did with Mario RPG, people will not only pay money, they would accept it as the better version. And I'm not saying the nostalgia poison won't be there. I'm just saying it matters the quality of the poison they're giving us. And I call it poison because it's not good for you to just buy something in hopes to get the feeling of something you will never have again. And I think that's one of the big things about games like an MMO, right? Like Guild Wars 2. It will never feel like the first day when I started playing it, no matter how many new expansions come out, no matter what they do, quality of life things. Guild Wars 2 will always be compared to that first day, 10 hours of my life gone, just enjoying a week off of work. I took vacation, drank Mountain Dew that had the I don't remember if it was Dark Knight Rises at that point. It had the Batman stuff on it, and when the can was cold enough, it turned like colors. I remember that day because just how important the impact of that game was. And the thing is, I will never get that. I can drink the Guild Wars 2 poison all I want, but all it is killing me, right? It kills me slowly inside to see I can never have that feeling again. And Nintendo is so good at tricking us. They sold 2 Pokemon version games that weren't even polished. The performance sucked. 10 million copies in a week. Any game that sells 10 million copies in a week is a success, no matter how you look at it. And they've sold over 20 something million now, I think. I think it's like 27 million or something. I could be wrong about these numbers. But my point is, Pokemon's nostalgia is so gripping that people are just going to buy it. And the thing is, Pokemon Violet and Scarlet were good games. Their performance just sucked. And the sales should have reflected that. People just kept giving it a 9 out of 10 and saying, the performance sucks. But even I said, the performance is bad, but it's a fun game. That's not good for us as gamers, right? But seeing Mario RPG come out and the quality, the music, the look, the feel, and the fact that they didn't even pull away much from the original game. I mean, I think a buddy of mine analyzed it. It's 2.7% different. 2.7% different than the original game. And that's taking assets into account. Not exactly the gameplay and that kind of stuff alone, but like, that's it. That's the change that they did. And the funny thing is, Nintendo's not the one who did it. It's a third party that actually cares about those games. They did another game too, and I don't remember what it is. But that's why those games have come out and been accepted so well, is because not only are they able to grasp what nostalgia is, they're able to give. Binaries lurking. And the thing is, when we go back and we play the game, the original, we will never have the same feeling we had as a kid and that kind of thing. But you may be wondering, Zorric, why are you talking about all this? Why does that matter today? Because doing these events have opened my eyes to understand 3 facts about Nintendo games. One, man, they're good at the nostalgia, and they have the equation down, okay? Their equation grabs their audience, makes the sales, that's it. Nintendo needs money. Back in the day, they made games fun, and that was their entire goal. Their goal was to release a game that was so good and so fun that that's why it sold. But nowadays, it is all about the marketing. They have this momentum that will forever project them forward and out to space. And the thing is, as much of the market they lose, they will never lose the player base of those with Nintendo childhoods. So, Nintendo's really good at it. The second thing I've learned is that the older games do not hold up to new age games. They just don't. And as many people will tell you, man, this game is great. Even going back and playing Wind Waker, I can see the cracks in that armor. But I knew those cracks were there, but there was nothing to compare it to. Because in this day and age, we got Breath of the Wild, right? We got Tears of the Kingdom, right? And the thing is, those games are arguably better than Wind Waker. Is Wind Waker still my favorite Legend of Zelda game? Yeah, I love that story, man. It's just such a good story. Compared to like when it comes to story, all right, so like I talk like Final Fantasy VI. I don't think it's the greatest Final Fantasy game of all time. I don't think it's the best Final Fantasy. I think that's also nostalgia poisoning and just rose-tinted sunglasses when you look back. Every time I go play that game, it's like, God, the grind. And also, it's pretty hard. It's a pretty hard game, and the enjoyment just sort of dies at certain points in that game. But because you can really feel the difference when you go from Final Fantasy VI to Final Fantasy VII. When you go to Final Fantasy VII, it's just fun. Just fun to play. That story is pretty good, but Final Fantasy VI's story is just ever growing, right? It starts one way and continues to build up into this big climax. These worlds have been collided together. It's a big deal. That's why I also like Final Fantasy IX's story, because it starts out as something as simple as kidnapping a princess, but it turns out she thinks something's wrong with her mother, so she needs help anyways, and her uncle, who orchestrated this whole thing, was the one who wanted to kidnap her, but she wanted to go see her uncle, so it all works out, doesn't it? Nope, war. But the war has been fabricated because of an entire other world. The whole thing has been orchestrated, and your main character in Final Fantasy IX, this is all spoiler alert, by the way, your main character in Final Fantasy IX was supposed to be the one to destroy all of that world. It's a hard pill for him to swallow when he finds out. But something happened, and he didn't do it. And then the person who is doing it, turns out they're just gonna die because they weren't perfected. They were just a prototype. Ouch. So they're like, I'm just gonna destroy everything, including myself. But the main hero is like, no! And then life, like death and the end of the void, the end of the world and the void, everything comes down at the end of that game, and they're like, nay, we will live. And Garland's in that game, and there's so many callbacks to the other Final Fantasies. It's so great. That's why I love Final Fantasy IX. Final Fantasy IX is my favorite. I wish they actually got to finish that game. And if you may be going, they didn't finish that game? No, because there was supposed to be an earth, water, wind, and fire temple. You were supposed to not just fight the bosses, but actually go through temple. There was supposed to be a lot more game. That's why Disc 4 just seems so empty for Final Fantasy IX. Because it was the last game released on PlayStation, and they just had to send it out. Because Final Fantasy X was already in production, and then they needed to release that for PlayStation 2. That's why so many people missed Final Fantasy IX and ended up playing Final Fantasy X. And the kids that grew up with Final Fantasy X, that's why they played it. But do I think Final Fantasy X is a better game than Final Fantasy IX? No. And the reason is they came out about the same time. Do I think Final Fantasy X is a great game? Yes. I think some of the Final Fantasies that people haven't played are some of the best Final Fantasies. Final Fantasy 3, Final Fantasy 5. Great game. Final Fantasy 4. You can skip 2. That's okay. Final Fantasy 2, I get it. Skip it. I understand. Final Fantasy 8, you're missing out. I understand Final Fantasy 8 is such a left turn to what the series was doing all the way up to it. But let me tell you something. I felt the same way. Then I go back and played it again. And I was like, oh man, I could do better. And then I played it with a guide. And then it all just clicked. And the next thing you know, it's just one of my favorite Final Fantasies. Final Fantasy 8 is one of my top 3 Final Fantasies, no matter what. 9 and 8, right up there. Probably 9, 8, 5. How I'd rank my Final Fantasies. 9, 8, 5. After that, man, it's so hard to pick. But if they're like, you could only play 3 Final Fantasies, what will it be? 9, 8, and 5. Someone would be like, not Final Fantasy 7? Let me tell you something. No, not Final Fantasy 7. Do I love Final Fantasy 7? And I think it's a great game? Yes! But let's get back to it. Why? Because it has a great story. Final Fantasy 8's story is very plain, you know? These people need to go stop the sorceress, right? But there's a lot of stuff that goes on with it. It's a weird spin on the storytelling, but it's more modern, and it's sort of like well, sort of, it's Final Fantasy, right? It has the futuristic stuff too, but I think Final Fantasy VII's story is better than Final Fantasy VIII's. And I think Final Fantasy IX's story is better than Final Fantasy VIII's. But Final Fantasy VI's story blows 7, 8, and 9 out of the water because there's so much good stuff in there. So when it comes to storytelling, right? That's why Skyward Sword is so good, right? Not really the gameplay, it's the characters and story going on. Now, do I like the characters? No, I think the whole thing's just a cluster garbage-filled nonsense of just the writers trying to create drama and injecting emotional whatever. It's insane. It's just insane, right? But they tell it in such a way that by the end of the story, you want those characters to stay around, and you realize they're not, right? It's over. Skyward Sword is over. But the other thing about Skyward Sword is that my hair is sticking out on this side. Whatever. It was so distracting. I don't think it actually, I think it is my headphones. You guys see that? My headphones. My point is, Skyward Sword, I hate that game. But the story really grips you because it is the lore of The Legend of Zelda. It is where things really take off and why we have The Legend of Zelda the way we have it now. The thing is, Twilight Princess has a great story. Wind Waker has a fantastic story. The hero died. The world was flooded by the goddesses. There was no hero. The spirit of the hero is gone. But through the old ways of Hyrule Castle, they were able, a child who wanted to just save his sister, ended up recreating that spirit to go take on the evil of the world, Ganondorf. And the big thing about that is since there was no hero, Ganon, you actually see what happens to the evil of the world. It dies. Without the opposite opposing force, even evil slowly depreciates over time. And this kid was able to go get the Master Sword, able to go get the piece of the Triforce, able to go get everything that the hero had, but Ganondorf never was able to fully power up because the evil in the world had depreciated because of the waters and the fact that he didn't have his purpose, and his purpose is to kill the hero. And without the hero there, what's the point? And it really shows you that. He wanted to get the Triforce, and it never explains why. He could just unflood the world, sure, but is that really going to give him what he wants? Because Ganon exists to kill the hero, and the hero exists to stop Ganon from trying to kill him. But usually it's because Ganon's like, how can I get the hero to come here instead of me going to the hero? It never really makes sense when you really think about it. But the funny thing about it is that anyone could be the hero. They just have to have the hero spirit. And we get this Link in Wind Waker that is amazing, right? He is some kid that goes out on the seas. Just think how insane this is. He's like, I don't know, 10. And he ends up getting on a talking boat, sailing around, right, with a practice sword, finding Zelda, who isn't Zelda at the time, but is Zelda, right? Has the blood of Zelda. But anyways, he has no really lineage to what the hero is. So Link isn't really Link in the sense of a bloodline. That changes because other timelines. But the thing is, he's able to vanquish evil because he just has the heart to save and help people. And his big thing was saving his sister. But after he saves his sister, he realizes everyone's in trouble here. This isn't going to stop. And this king, right? Turns out to be the boat. He asked this kid, can you go stop this guy? Right? So these traditions that existed on an island that is so far away from where the Hyrulean people have settled, the idea is that even if the hero's bloodline dies, it doesn't mean the goddesses didn't have a backup plan. It doesn't mean that Ganon isn't going to come back. It means that the goddesses versus the entity of evil goes on, and anyone can stand up to it. And Wind Waker is such an important story for that, because that is the timeline where there is no hero. A hero has to be born and created from anyone, from a nobody. And to create your own legend is what matters. And so, yes, Zelda was still there. Yes, Ganondorf was still there. But Link, as we know Link, was not. This kid just lucked into it, sadly, and unluckily lucked into it, and was able to accomplish what he set out to do. It's interesting. Then we got Twilight Princess, and they go back. I don't remember which timeline that was in. But when we got Breath of the Wild, playing through it, what you realize is everything from the games has converged. And they never explain why. They just took everything from a bunch of Zeldas and just into one. But Tears of the Kingdom came out earlier this year, and story-wise, a lot of stuff don't make sense unless you really start thinking about it. And not even the creators of the game understand what the hell they made. And what I think was what happened is that Breath of the Wild came out, and it was a good beta, and they came out with the real game, and it was just too much stuff, and there's just no way you can keep track of everything. And so between the two games, there's 300 hours of gameplay that just have so much lore and everything tossed together that a lot of it just doesn't make sense. So what I was thinking was, let's make it make sense. Because nostalgia, old games don't hold up. I just don't have as much fun like I do with Breath of the Wild. And Tears of the Kingdom was frustrating at times, but I really enjoyed that game too, once I started mastering certain things. The fusion, we'll see. But here's the thing. Looking at both games, I went and studied Zelda lore. And what I discovered is two things. One, the producer has no idea what the heck he's talking about, because I think he just said, the reason why there are no old shrines from Breath of the Wild is because the calamity was over and everything just sort of disappeared. And I was like, that doesn't make sense, because there's still guardian scraps and things out in the world, and the towers are made from old Sheikah technology, so you're a liar. Or you have no idea what the hell you're talking about, and that just proves that those higher-ups have no idea what they sent out the door, and so when people ask them questions, they have no idea how to answer it. The answer is that stuff wasn't needed anymore, and it probably did power down, as he said, but instead of it just disappearing, because that's silly, it was ripped apart. It was pulled apart and taken. That's why the Great Plateau has a big hole in it, and there's a bunch of caves, because those shrines were removed and no longer there, and it opens up things. And so when the game starts and all this stuff goes out in the world, it broke open even more of the earth, because they destabilized the earth by ripping all that stuff apart. And it makes sense to be like, yeah, these guardians failed us once, better not do that again, instead of going back, what is this sound and why? Electronica, I tell you. Called that dance music? Really? Anyhow, lost my train of thought. What I think happened is that they did rip it apart, and the entire Breath of the Wild area is different because we're coming in at a different time of year. We're coming in years later, obviously, because the kids have grown up, most of them. Some of them haven't. It's weird. But I think I have an explanation for that. I think the timelines did converge, and the calamity was the result of all the Ganons being defeated in a certain way. I think in Wind Waker, that Ganondorf was sealed away permanently. There was no way for him to come back without the hero coming back. He just, all evil depreciated, and when there was no hero and the timelines converged, that was the mess left over. And that calamity is just a break in the timeline because it doesn't make sense compared to all the other timelines where the hero goes on and wins and things like that. No other timeline has a hero lose. And so Wind Waker's timeline is the messiest, right? The hero of the wind. But it is why I think most of Breath of the Wild would happen the way it is, in my opinion. Because Ganon isn't back, he isn't fully strength, and the other Ganondorf that we fight in Tears of the Kingdom didn't even exist until we killed the Calamity. Didn't even exist until we killed the Calamity. And the reason that is, since we finally ended that Ganon and sealed him away with a hero, which Link is, because we find out he has the bloodline, that it solidified the new timeline. And now all that convergence was a mess, and then it came together. And then we got a true story, one that starts 10,000 years in the past and then catches up to where we are. But the Calamity didn't just disappear. A lot of people already forgot it, but Impa didn't. So we can see that something did happen. And it's never explained in Tears of the Kingdom. But I think the explanation that should have been put in there was that the timeline itself has changed. And that's why Zelda ends up going back in time, because it's an accident. Because everything is just still sort of, you know, it's like lava cooling off. It takes a while for it to finally solidify. And that's why we have the shrines the way we do. That's why we have floating islands in the sky suddenly. That's why we have all this stuff, because the timeline was a mess because of this one entity that didn't make sense in the entire thing, and that was Calamity Ganon. It just was a calamity in itself. And once it's gone, it allowed everything to sort of just smash into itself. Finally. And a lot of people just sort of forgot what was going on because the timeline changed. So now we have a link between both worlds. That's right. A link in time. A time link! Link remembers everything. Remembers the calamity, doing the shrines. He remembers every boss. He remembers how to do it. We know this because when we go into Tears of the Kingdom, he's powered up. He has the Master Sword. He has new armor, but that's just it. He hasn't forgotten his combat ability. He just doesn't have the Sheikah Slate anymore. That's it. He's still able to do the things he was able to do. He just found a new way to do them too. And the reason we know this is because he isn't afraid to walk up to a new shrine. He's not afraid to go fight the evil. He looks at freaking any enemy in the game and he goes, well, okay, let's do this, right? If you forgot that you were the hero, you wouldn't have done it that way. You wouldn't have tried to protect the princess you did, right? And Zelda was the same way. They were the connection. The Triforce was, the power was between them. But not the Ganon that they beat. The Ganon that they needed to beat was 10,000 years in the past, and they didn't know it. And in Tears of the Kingdom, we get to see this Ganondorf rise to power and become the Ganon we know. One of the most amazing Ganons you'll ever see, I think. I don't know what the next game's gonna be like, but if they don't keep the timeline squished, I'm gonna be disappointed. I want to see Ganondorf 2.0 from Tears of the Kingdom come back and be like, you know what? I'm tired of this crap. But, you know, as I've stated, maybe it's time for a new villain. Every villain, though, in The Legend of Zelda, no matter what it is, every villain is an entity of Ganon in some way or an extension of his power. So, who knows? Evil just has Ganon's face. But the big thing that we know when it comes to all the changes that happen in the game is because Zelda is sent to the past, and she changes the way things are. She tells them things they shouldn't have known. She does every rule-breaking thing you do if you ever get stuck in a different timeline. She ends up not having a good way to get back home. They never figure it out, so she has to take the most drastic measures to do it. But at the same time, there's just so many things going on that there is this connection to the future and the past at the same time. And it's dramatic, it's messy, and it's supposed to be when the timeline has not solidified yet. And so we played through Tears of the Kingdom to get to that point. They could have done a third game with the new timeline, and I bet somebody would point out, because we know this has happened a different way, and we know that's happened a different way because of what we see inside of the game. And inside of the game, if you ever look at Dueling Peaks, something ripped that mountain in half. And when we beat Tears of the Kingdom, we see what did it. So this has happened before, just in a different way at some point in a different timeline. So when all those things converge, we get the world that we have. We get Death Mountain, but then Death Mountain cools. Is that because of Ganon? No, it's because the entire convergence of another underworld exists, and the lava just can't go up. There's no pressure, right? So it's interesting, but at the same time, there's a lot of things that don't make sense still. I couldn't explain to you why it is the way it is. But if we just go with the rules of Zelda should not be in the past, but it ended up happening, that the timeline is still converging together and it hasn't solidified fully, and since the Calamity did get ended, it wasn't exactly the same timeline we're in, it's just only certain people can remember what's going on. You have to be strong enough to still remember the past, and these other characters, they're sort of just forgetting it as the time goes on. It's almost like it never happened for them, but it did. It's just not as impactful because it is disappearing over time. So it's an interesting way to look at it, and that's how I'm going to look at it. But Link knows all. Link should be able to go forward and backwards in time. In fact, if the movie comes out and he doesn't time travel, I'm going to be so disappointed. I'm not going to go to the movies and watch it, but, you know. But anyways, you're wondering what Time Link is. It's based off of that. I've spent 40 minutes talking about it. So what are we going to do about this? Well, we're going to play Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, because I feel like those are my two favorite Zeldas right now, besides A Link to the Past. And Wind Waker is fun, but it's not fun to play through over and over. And in the randomizer is hit and miss. Okay, the randomizer is it's all right, but we need rules, and I need to figure out what's the best way to play this. And if you're wondering what's happening, okay, you're wondering what's happening, we're gonna go over here, and then I have this switch that's on. That's probably about to go dark. And I have Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. If you're like, is that Super Mario Bros. Wonder? Yes, we'll be getting to that in December. Okay? Also, I need to test a few things. First of all, the audio has changed. Second of all, some other settings have changed. So today when I go back and look at the VOD, if audio is delayed on the Switch or you can't hear me through the microphone, I can adjust for that. Again, we're still in a testing month, messing around with things. Also, I haven't played Breath of the Wild on this controller. This is a new controller I had to buy because my other controller has problems, but it seems to only be really a Tears of the Kingdom thing until I go to Breath of the Wild and see if it's still there. I have no idea why these controllers have those problems, but I did notice it in Breath of the Wild, the little stickiness, but it wasn't a big deal because it only affected one thing, and that was the camera. But in like Tears of the Kingdom, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. You have to target with the camera so much, it's ridiculous. But anyways, Super Mario Bros. Wonder will happen after A Very Legend of Merry Zelda Christmas in December, whenever that finishes. December 12th is Guild Wars 2's Winter's Day, no matter what. Unless, okay, unless we're going to conclude a very Legend of Merry Zelda Christmas time link. Then it can wait, and I can just play it on my own by myself. No, we'll still go over it. We'll still have Guild Wars 2. But anyways, we'll play through Super Mario Bros. Wonder, and then after that, there may be another new game. I don't want to start too much stuff because we have so much stuff to finish. We got Stone Block 2 to finish for Minecraft now. We may hit Sea of Stars and finish that up before next year, because December 31st we have Bringing in the New Year, 12 plus hour Bringing the New Year stream, and we'll be playing a whole new game with that. But that is sort of a play into what we're going to be doing in January, which is playing through Final Fantasy 1 main series titles from 1 to 10. So that's Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, Pixel Remaster, 7, 8. Okay, and the other thing is, I'm not going to go to it. In the Nintendo eShop, all the Final Fantasies are in there. I already own Final Fantasy 8. Okay, you can't see it, but I own Final Fantasy 8. Where is Final Fantasy 8? Right here. And we played through this before. No, don't start it, nerd. Darn it. Stop that. And it has quality of life features. All right? Nice quality of life features. The other Final Fantasies on the Switch have the same quality of life features. And the Pixel Remasters did not get the same features that the Switch did. And the thing is, I'm willing to spend the money to put Final Fantasy on my Switch. Why? Because it's Final Fantasy. I mean, why would I not? And if I do, we get all the quality of life features. And one of those quality of life features that's really interesting for some of those games is shutting off encounters if it's the game. Because if you guys remember Final Fantasy 2 specifically and Final Fantasy 6, the encounters are many and plenty and a lot and annoying. And sometimes they will keep game over you and be really dumb. And if I can just shut that off sometimes, that would be great. And you can do challenges and stuff like that. But my point is, if I'm going to go to the Switch in December, it might just be best to stay on the Switch as much as I can going into the new year. Think about it. Hold on. There, not so bad. I must have a gray hair in my beard and the light's reflecting off it. I don't know. Anyhow, we're going to start with Tears of the Kingdom today and go into the game. I did not 100% this game, but we need to go into it for a moment to look at things because I remember nothing. So we're going to go into it, and this is how we start the process. I'm going to move the microphone out of the way so we can see everything as much as we can because the camera did change. If you go back and look at the old videos and that kind of thing. Boop. Are we good? I think we're good. Also, I think the microphone's fine. We'll see. I don't want to lean forward too much. So, yes, we beat the game. Now, the Switch games are going to be a little louder because there's no way to actually adjust the volume usually. So I have it adjusted based off the desktop audio. Every game we play, I try to get it between the decibel levels of, I guess, -25 and -30. But the thing is, when you talk, you want it between usually 25 and 10, and anything above 10 is just you're wasting your time. So, anyhow. Oh, yeah. You guys remember this? I don't. Wow. Okay, so when we start Tears of the Kingdom, we start... I don't know why this is coming back to me so well. Probably because I don't have long COVID like I did couple years ago. So, we got all the bubble frogs too, I think. Didn't we? We finished enough of the game. I didn't finish all the Addisons, the Yahahas, that kind of thing, so we'll see. But we start up here in the Room of Awakening, and we have to beat these 4... Are you kidding me? I itch one mustache hair. We have to do these 4 shrines up here. So here are the first 2 rules. If you don't know what's happening, I'll be playing Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom at the same time. We will have to save and quit the game when we're unable to complete tasks based on the rules we set. So rule number 1 is, if I die in either game, I have to go and die in the other game. No matter what, we die. That's it. Game over. Hearts all the way to 0. And the reason that is because it just makes sense. Die in one timeline, you'd be dead in the other. Especially if there's only one of you existing in both. So, dead. Death equals death. All right? So, if I died in Tears of the Kingdom, this is what I have to do. Right? I died. Then I have to go like this. Close the game. Load up Breath of the Wild. Wait for it to load up. Go into the game. Now, there was a randomizer thing that I could have used where the games would have been normal. Sorry. My microphone's still working? Good. The cable fell and it was in my way. So, we would go into here. I was thinking about doing this on Master Mode, but I decided that isn't going to change much. And it may just end up extending the gameplay much longer. By the way, this is my this is my 100% playthrough. So 120 shrines, 900 Yahas. If you were there, you know. In my favorite armor, in my house that I end up giving to Zelda. We died once in this playthrough. We almost did this deathless, which would have just been the cherry on top. But anyhow, I would have to load this up and then find a way to die. So, that's what would happen there. Now, let's talk about Breath of the Wild really quick. This is going to be really weird, jumping back and forth between the games. I understand that, but it is what it is. So here's the thing. We will start on the plateau here, and we have to get the paraglider. So what is going to happen, in Tears of the Kingdom, we had to start up in the sky and get 4 shrines and leave. And we'll have to maybe start Tears of the Kingdom today to take a look at some things to get off that island. But the rule is, I can't do a shrine or a tower in Breath of the Wild until I've done it in Tears of the Kingdom. Now, towers I'm not sold on because I don't think they would affect gameplay enough, and they're not the same in both versions. They're different towers because they're man-made in Tears of the Kingdom, and these aren't. These were made by the Sheikah. Well, I guess they'd still be man-made, but one was made by the Sheikah, and the other one was made by modern age Sheikah, and they're brand new from that timeline, right? So up here is where the camp is for Tears of the Kingdom, and there's a tower up here, and it doesn't coincide with anything here. Now, the shrines in Breath of the Wild don't really coincide. They don't coexist with the Tears of the Kingdom ones, but what I decided was there's only 120 shrines, technically, 120 shrines in Breath of the Wild. We're not going to include any DLC in Breath of the Wild except for the armor at this point, but we can... I think this also, the DLC sort of also shows you sort of the convergence of the timelines even further, because when you can go back and you do new shrines and things like that. I forget how many extra shrines that it adds. I cannot remember. How many shrines were in the other one? 132? Is that right? I don't remember how many total shrines are in here. Doesn't matter. We're not going to do all the shrines. I don't think. But if I do a shrine in Tears of the Kingdom, I can do a shrine in Breath of the Wild. And the reason I decided that is because Tears of the Kingdom, depending on the rule set, makes a lot more sense to start there in the future and then come back to the past, sort of thing. So with that, I have to play Tears of the Kingdom for shrines, then come to Breath of the Wild and do shrines. And that is going to be an interesting thing to do. Switching between the games, they do not have the same control schematic for everything. The other thing is, in Tears of the Kingdom, we can actually break this place into pieces type of things, because we can release this pond, and there's caves and all sorts of stuff. Now, with that said, that means the other thing when it comes to deciding whether I'm going to get hearts or stamina, unlike when I do Breath of the Wild and play through it, I usually just go full stamina as fast as possible. I cannot do that in this playthrough, because in Tears of the Kingdom, they require you to get a heart, a fourth heart, before you leave the Sky Island. And the only way to undo that heart is to find the statue, the evil statue, to switch it out. The thing is, we cannot do that in Breath of the Wild until after we leave the plateau and get the paraglider. And here's the other thing. We can't get the paraglider in Tears of the Kingdom until we find it in Breath of the Wild, because the paragliders obviously still exist from this timeline. So that means we have to start in Tears of the Kingdom, move to Breath of the Wild, finish both of the starts at the same time, choosing the heart at the end of them. And from then on out, whatever I pick between whether it's Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild, that is what we have to pick for the other one. I don't think there's any more forcing after that, so it's not going to be as much of a big deal. But here's the other thing. To get the Master Sword, to get the Master Sword in Breath of the Wild, I need hearts. And we're not going to cheat the system this time. I need 13 hearts to get the Master Sword in Breath of the Wild, while in Tears of the Kingdom, I need enough stamina to get the Master Sword. So it's going to be important to get both, meaning we're not going to be able to get the Master Sword for a long time. And I already know how this is going to play out. I have to get the Master Sword in Breath of the Wild first. Let me write that down. Master Sword. Yeah, we're writing this down. This is how this works. This is why I wanted to do this, though. Look how interesting this is. We have the Master Sword at the beginning of Tears of the Kingdom, but in Breath of the Wild, we do not. So, to get the Master Sword, we have to first get it in Breath of the Wild, then Tears of the Kingdom, which requires me to have 13 hearts in Breath of the Wild. So if I want to play this, I cannot focus on stamina. And that means in Tears of the Kingdom, I won't have stamina there either if I don't go that route. So I'm going to have to decide which one to pick. And how many of each, or do it evenly. And if I do it evenly, it's going to require 80 shrines to get it all done. That means I have to do 80 shrines on Tears of the Kingdom, and then do 80 shrines here in Breath of the Wild. But shrines are from Tears of the Kingdom over to the Breath of the Wild. There it is. Those are the rules that I know solidified. I know I'm going to start in Tears of the Kingdom, then go to Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild, get the paraglider. Go back over to Tears of the Kingdom to get the paraglider. And then what? Oh, I should write down paraglider too, so I don't forget. We will not leave the starting island Tears of the Kingdom until we leave the Great Plateau. Because there's no reason to leave until I can get the paraglider. Because when I played through Tears of the Kingdom the first time, I didn't know where the paraglider was. And we're going to just shoot for it. Now, this is where things get complicated. I know for a fact that I have to beat the Divine Beast in Breath of the Wild first. The Divine Beast in the Breath of the Wild first, because when we go back... Whoa. I just spelled beast. B-A-E-S. And that's how I was going to spell it. Anyways, the reason why I know that I have to go beat the Divine Beast first before the dungeons in Tears of the Kingdom is because when we go back, the people from the Breath of the Wild are there in Tears of the Kingdom. Hammer might also have to change. So, what does this mean? It means we have to beat... If I want something in Tears of the Kingdom from the Divine Beast, I have to beat these first. Or if I need something from the dungeon as well. The weather is quite different between the versions, but I have decided that they start the same, just a little different. And here's the thing. In Tears of the Kingdom, I cannot get a piece of armor unless it's unique to Tears of the Kingdom, or I've acquired it in Breath of the Wild. So, in Breath of the Wild, I get the warm doublet. I believe in Tears of the Kingdom, they give me pants. Should probably go check that. Why we're going to have to play between the two a little bit today. So I don't think there's any overlapping there, which doesn't mean there's any contention between those two. This is why this works in a sense. There is a randomizer that actually puts both games together. And it's not stable. That's why I'm not playing it. Also, Nintendo would kill me. But a buddy of mine has put together... there's 152 shrines. Oh. It's 140 shrines in 140? Remember. I don't remember. We'll see. But anyhow, so like the archaic tunic, is that how it's said? This right here, these two pieces of armor do not overlap with Breath of the Wild, so we can wear those freely. And same thing with the warm greaves. I believe none of this overlaps. So therefore, the start, we can get pieces of armor and things like that. Hence the next problem. If I find something like the Hylian tunic, and I have not found it in Breath of the Wild, I have to get rid of it. Because I'm not allowed to have it. It doesn't exist yet. So, in Breath of the Wild, I have to get the pieces of armor before I get them in Tears of the Kingdom. They do not exist until then. Because that's been proven. All this armor has existed before we got to Tears of the Kingdom. Therefore, it came from Breath of the Wild. Including the Barbarian armor that I'm wearing right here. Royal Guard. Even the DLC stuff. But something like the Froggy suit only exists in Tears of the Kingdom. So this did not exist until Tears of the Kingdom. Therefore, I could get this armor if I wanted to. Same thing with the glide stuff. This isn't fully upgraded? Oh. We just got it to impact proof. That makes sense. So I could get the glide armor. Or the Hood of the Depths. Where I dumbly's like, why can't you dye this white? Well, okay. Didn't think that one through. I still remember that. It still bothers me that I said that. I was like, why can't... Like, that's how, like... You know, just don't care why that stuff exists in the first place. We could get this armor. We could get this armor. We could get this armor. So there's a bunch of sets of armor we can still get, including this set, which actually has the same stealth and things. So if I wanted stealth, and we don't have the stealth armor, but let me tell you, I'm not going to not go get the stealth armor. Let's just be honest. That stealth armor makes life easy. Okay? It makes life easy. The masks. The Vamedo, the Danya, the Varuda, and the Naboris masks. These are actually DLC. I think they're amiibo masks from Breath of the Wild. I cannot get these until I get them in Breath of the Wild. And I don't have amiibos, so therefore we cannot get them. Stealth is a must, especially for gathering. Yeah. We're going to spend a long time in Breath of the Wild and just try to chase things down in Tears of the Kingdom is what it's feeling like. But not for everything, and I'll explain why. But there are armors that I can get if I, for some reason, can't get them in Breath of the Wild right away. But Breath of the Wild, what's so interesting about all their armor, so like the Hylian armor, the Soldier's armor, the, like all this stuff, except for the Zora, I think. Except for the Zora. Which this also means I can't go to the Zora first in Breath of the Wild. No, in Tears of the Kingdom. I can't go there at all until we beat the Zora stuff in the other one because I can't buy this armor. It can only be done through story and quest. But the Vo armor and stealth armor, the radiant armor, I think all those can be bought. The barbarian armor is through shrines. So if I'm I could be tactful and sort of like go directly and beat the mage shrines for the barbarian armor. So I could go and beat the caves for these pieces of armor in Tears of the Kingdom. So that's how this is sort of going to play out. Breath of the Wild is going to decide what sort of equipment I have and what I can use and that kind of thing. But it also makes sense because it's how I need to beat the Divine Beast first anyways. But at the same time, if I haven't found the Royal Guard stuff, I just can't get it. The Climber's armor, I don't remember where we got this. I think it was cave as well. We just need to avoid caves in Tears of the Kingdom until I know what's in the cave. The rubber armor is also, I think, shrines in Breath of the Wild. So there's other things we can do. What else is in here? Sand boots, snow boots. I don't remember where we got those. A lightning helm. It's the thunder helm in Breath of the Wild. Okay, so I've decided if this matters that we do have to do the thunder helm first because the only reason the lightning helm exists is because the thunder helm existed in Breath of the Wild. Same thing. All these accessories you can buy in Breath of the Wild. This, the CC hat. Well, it only exists in Tears of the Kingdom. So all the monster masks have to be gotten in Breath of the Wild first. DLC masks have to be found in Breath of the Wild first. The armors, that kind of stuff. Except for any of the armors that don't exist down here. We could just go with this one. You know, beat all the shrines and we'd be fine. But I think the only armor that we get that has the old school look is I'll get why they did this, but is the Armor of the Wild, right? So this set right here, we can't get until we beat all the shrines of Breath of the Wild. The Cap of the Hero, this one, Cap of Time, Cap of the Wind, can all be gotten because they only exist in Tears of the Kingdom. Because the timelines are converging. Why can't they do both? I'm telling you, if they just let us craft our own armor in this and put different upgrades in, that would have been better. Would have been better to find upgrades and armor looks and then craft the armor you wanted than what they did. Also, not having a full set of Sheikah armor is a travesty. Charge attack, stamina up. So, same thing. I don't remember. Can I find this one in Breath of the Wild? Or is this amiibo? This one might be amiibo, so we can't use it. These other ones might be amiibo too. I don't know. But let me tell you, it would be a lot of work to get all these, so I'm going to have to be pretty intentional in Tears of the Kingdom what I'm going after. And more than likely, I'm just going to go after this set. I mean, I think that's what it's supposed to be. But I can't remember. We could get this armor. It's a very cheesy armor in Breath of the Wild. We can also go find this mask almost immediately in Breath of the Wild, but Tears of the Kingdom, it'd be a long time before we get it. But anyhow. The armors won't matter until they do. But Tears of the Kingdom may be rough. Because here's the other thing. We're going to need shrines. I'm going to need armor. That's going to be weird. Another thing. I cannot get Yahahas. I cannot get Yahahas in Breath of the Wild until I get them in Tears of the Kingdom. You may be asking, Zork, that doesn't make sense. The Yahahas are first in Breath of the Wild. No. No, they're not. They don't exist at all. The Spirit Children and the Lost Woods are an exception to time. And I know this because they continue to talk about time as though it just sort of passes. They know it's passing, but the Spirit Children inside that world, they're like a fifth dimensional creature. They are just out there waiting under a rock. Are you kidding me? You just lift a rock, poof, there they are? No. There's something else, all right? So Yahahas also have to be done in Tears of the Kingdom. So in Breath of the Wild, I got to be very careful. Because here's the deal. If I pull a Yahaha in Breath of the Wild before I pull a Yahaha in Tears of the Kingdom, right? They have to be equal. That's the rule. The same number of poos have to exist between the two. But the rule is, if I pull too many from Breath of the Wild, I have to immediately save, quit that game, go to Tears of the Kingdom, and find a Yaha. Also, it's to prevent me from finding a Yahaha that's worth 2 and not being able to do it. I just think it's fair because then we just end up playing through Breath of the Wild most of the time. Duncan, hello. Yes. This is routing and things like that. So, Yahahas. Have to be done in Tears of the Kingdom. It's gonna, yeah, I know. That's why I have to, that's how I have to write it all down. Because we're gonna get to the next part. See, the first rules I set, very logical, very rational, make a lot of sense. And very doable. Like doing shrines in Tears of the Kingdom, then going and doing shrines in Breath of the Wild, very doable. The thing is, or like keeping the hearts and stamina the same and stuff like that. So like when you have enough of a shrine, you can still get a heart. You just have to make sure. But we're limited on hearts in Tears of the Kingdom because you can't get that many hearts in Breath of the Wild. We can get that much stamina, we just can't get those many hearts. So eventually we just can't buy hearts. And I think that doesn't matter anyways, because everything you need maxes out at 20 something, 25 or something. 26. I don't remember. Who cares? What's the max number of hearts in Breath of the Wild? 27? And in this one, you can get 38. That's 20. Yeah, 38. So it's 11 hearts less. But yeah. Here's the greatest thing about bows. The bows do not change between games. Which is great. Which is fantastic. And any new bows are only found. I don't remember if there's any bows they didn't bring back to Tears of the Kingdom. But the rules state if it's unique to the game, I can still use them. So if I find a Demon King's bow, I can still use it in Tears of the Kingdom. The bows are going to be our saving grace. And I love using bows, so that's great. The problem is I can't really restrict arrows or anything like that because the system is different. So in Tears of the Kingdom, this Link just has a better way of doing things or a different way of doing things. I couldn't think of a way to sort of challenge anything with the bows. The shields are sort of the same way. Sort of. But I think I will implement the rule that... But the problem is the unique shields still exist. The rule is for weapons, and this is only going to affect really the melee weapons, so these, and not all at the same time. The rule is I cannot use something from Breath of the Wild until I find it in Breath of the Wild. It does not exist until I find it. So, any shield specifically, or bow, I guess, does not exist until I find it. And when I find it, then I can use it freely in Tears of the Kingdom. If the bow only exists in Tears of the Kingdom, I can still use it because it's a new thing created in that timeline. But if I found the Daybreaker somehow, magically, in Tears of the Kingdom, and I have not got it yet in Breath of the Wild, I have to drop the shield where it is and leave it behind. It doesn't exist. So therefore, we never found it. So, same thing. If I kill a Lionel and it drops the Savage Lionel shield, and I never did it in Breath of the Wild, that means I have to drop it. It doesn't exist. So, shields, pretty simple. Find the shield, I can use it in Tears of the Kingdom. But there's a lot of unique shields. Like, you know, the Seabreeze shield. Or Sandseal statue shield. What the frick is this? Savage Lionel shield? What? Oh. What the hell is this? When did this happen? This game is goofy. This looks like a developer mistake, you know? Like, That's what I discovered about all the abilities. So the Ascend ability was actually because developers were using that to get out of caves quickly. And one of the developers went, hey, why don't we give the players the ability to do that? Correct, Binary. But when we get to weapons, there's a problem. Weapons have been what's it called? I don't think I have one. But the weapons have decayed in Tears of the Kingdom, right? And the problem with that... the hell is this? Oh, is this my Lionel killer? Is that what that is? Let me change that shield. Frick. Just Zelda things. I never upgraded this armor. Anyhow, so the decayed weapons in Tears of the Kingdom, they exist, right? But it's not that the weapons in Breath of the Wild don't exist in a sense. It's just that the decay thing makes a lot of sense in various ways in Tears of the Kingdom as well. So what I decided is if I want to use a specific weapon in Breath of the Wild, I cannot use it until I find its decayed counterpart and destroy it. Because then it will exist in both timelines. You may be going, Zorric, that doesn't make sense. But it does! Because we have discovered that if I go down into the underworld, the underneath, the underground, what's it called? The depths. If I go down into the depths, I can find pristine weapons, right? I can find the weapons of Breath of the Wild, but not until I break the decayed ones. So therefore, that tells me there is some corruption in the timeline. Because why wouldn't those swords still exist fine down in the depths if only the things on the surface were corrupt? Aha! The timeline is corrupt. So therefore, if I want to use a weapon in Breath of the Wild, I have to find it in Tears of the Kingdom, decayed version, destroy it, and then I can freely use it in Breath of the Wild. And you may be asking, Zorric, how are you going to keep track of that? I'm not. I'm going to forget. And you're all going to have to hold me to the standard. But that's the rule. Because if I don't do it that way, Breath of the Wild sort of has a little bit too much power to it again. Because I can just find the shields and the bows and just be like, whatever. Here are the melee weapons too. But I have found that you can get some pretty strong weapons in Breath of... And that's also why we're not doing Master Mode. Because they're just going to throw just these stupid weapons at me. You're gonna have to go back to this. You're gonna have to go back to this VOD right here. An hour 20 minutes in. Patcha, hello, welcome. So, decayed weapons and Tears of the Kingdom. Broken. That means I have to destroy them, and you may see me just destroy decayed weapons for fun. To use them in Breath of the Wild. It's just the weapons. Bows and shields. Find them in Tears of the Kingdom. But remember that if they're unique to the game, I can use them. Because they were created in that timeline. And I'm trying to think of... there's any new weapons made, but I don't think so. I think every weapon, the Gloom weapons are unique to this game. And the Zonite weapons are unique to this game. So it's not like I can't find weapons if I do need them. Yeah. Oh yeah, Binary. Otherwise, we'd just be playing through Breath of the Wild and then Tears of the Kingdom, which a lot of people would be okay with. But then it's not an event. It's just me playing through the games. One after the other. The one that has both games running at the same time, you can switch between the games. And it can lock out things. But the problem we found was when you lock out certain things, you can never unlock them because it's in a loop. It has like a lock loop. Just to unlock it, you need to do this, but to unlock that, you need to do it in Breath of the Wild, but you can't do that until you unlock it in Tears of the Kingdom, but you can't do it because you need to unlock it in Breath of the Wild. So you got to figure out how that works. And the solution to that is to not have the loops happen. So I have to decide one direction or the other. And I decided bows would be fair. Bows and shields would be fair. Just finding them because there's so many alternates between the games. It's just going to make me have to play differently. So like I'm going to have to play with a lot more Zonai things or Gloom weapons or the wooden weapons, right? Like the wooden bow only exists like the bows specific from the Sky Islands only exist in Tears of the Kingdom. So it limits my weapons, but it doesn't stop me from playing. Well, at the same time, if I do want to get, you know, the soldier's bow or something, I just need to find it in Breath of the Wild. Which, in Breath of the Wild, it's not hard to find those. But it may give reason to go back to Breath of the Wild and go and find those weapons. Which makes me then have to change games. Which is more interesting than me just playing through. It doesn't mean that there isn't going to be a day where we do a lot of like shrines in Tears of the Kingdom and the next day we do a lot of shrines in Breath of the Wild or whatever. It just means that both games are moving at the same time. So when I finish one Divine Beast, that means I can go to Tears of the Kingdom and go beat the dungeon to continue to progress the story. Oh, that also means the 5th dungeon in Tears of the Kingdom does not have a counterpart. We can go finish that one at any time. Because technically it's a new timeline. We can go finish it at any time. Yeah, I was so that's why I wanted the randomizer thing, because then I wouldn't have to switch between the games. But I think it'll be a nice cooldown period to have conversation and stuff. Because what I find is when I start playing the game as well, I miss chat or I stop talking and things like that. I think shutting it down and stuff like that will just let me rest my hands for a moment and stuff. Because I'm not going to waste time talking to NPCs and stuff either. I'm skipping all the cutscenes and that kind of thing. This is not like 100% playthrough. So the other thing is, like, we're going to be moving. I'm going to try to play... I'm trying to beat both games. So we're going to beat Breath of the Wild first to destroy the Calamity Ganon. But we have to do things to get there. So, Breath of the Wild is going to be completed first no matter what. But then Tears of the Kingdom I have to complete right after that. And so that'll be done one after the other. But the thing is, like, will I be ready to go take on Ganon and that type of thing? Which brings us to the next part of the discussion. There is the depths inside of Tears of the Kingdom that does not exist in Breath of the Wild in any way. The depths hold all sorts of secrets, things. There's batteries, there's fusion techniques, that kind of stuff. That is all fair game still. The big thing about the depths is where it hides a bunch of useful things like bomb flowers and that kind of thing. So the most important thing, if I want to beat stuff and beat stuff easily is to probably travel the depths a bit, but the light roots, the mines, any of that kind of stuff that I find down here, none of it coexist with Breath of the Wild as far as I can tell. Nothing in here screams you can't do this until you do something in Breath of the Wild. And I can't come up with any reason why to lock it out at all or whatever, because this exists because of the Calamity dying, in my opinion, in my imaginative little timeline. So the other thing is, like, the maze shrines above have these down below. We can still do that, including the Sky Islands. So here's the other thing. The Sky Islands also exist. But they're shrines and that kind of thing. I'm not going to limit myself based off of those shrines or anything. So if I can get to them and do a shrine, it will still count as being able to do another shrine in Breath of the Wild. That kind of thing. So I can't think of anything up in these shrines that actually are restrictive at all, because it's all exist in the new timeline. The Breath of the Wild stuff, I don't think any of it's found on the floating islands or in the depths. So all of that is going to be distracting from whatever. The only thing in the depths that I can't do is go grab a weapon that I have not found in Breath. Oh, so here's where it comes back the other way. Decayed weapons in Tears of the Kingdom get destroyed to unlock the weapon for Breath of the Wild. But in Breath of the Wild, the weapon won't exist in the depths until I find it in Breath of the Wild. Does that make sense? That's the restriction from the depths. Because I could cheese the depths pretty hard and just have unstoppable weapons, and that would be boring. So I need to restrict myself on that. So in Breath of the Wild, in Tears of the Kingdom, I could run into the castle, find the best Royal Guard swords, break them, right? And then I could go to Breath of the Wild, quickly run to the castle, find the same swords, and then go into the depths and gamble, because I know a fast way to get to them. I still have that knowledge. Gamble, go grab them, and then go beat everything in 5 seconds. Yes, Binary, you get it! Need to remind myself of that one. There's so many lines going to Tears of the Kingdom, and it's still scary, but I know that Tears of the Kingdom is going to be where we're going to waste most of our time. Are they called pristine weapons? I don't remember what they're called in Tears of the Kingdom, but that's what I'm going to call them. Great Fairies! I forget how they spell the fairies in this one. Great Fairies cannot be found in Tears of the Kingdom until I find them. Ah, here's the other part to that. Until I find them in Breath of the Wild. So it is confirmed in the timeline in Breath of the Wild that those fairies existed then before they existed in Tears of the Kingdom. But if I find a specific great fairy in Breath of the Wild, that is the only one I can go find in Tears of the Kingdom. So if I find the one next to Kakariko Village, that is the one I have to go find in Tears of the Kingdom. So Kakariko Village being all the way down here, this is where the Great Fairy used to be. But this is a giant chasm, right? But now that Great Fairy exists. Over here. And then I don't remember where any of the other fairies were. Oh yeah, the one over here. Yep. Because if I never unlock the fairy in Breath of the Wild, that means the fairy had no reason to be unlocked in the other one. But that's why Tears of the Kingdom is going to take longer, because the fairy in Breath of the Wild is like that. It's easy. So, Tears of the Kingdom, they're like, oh, we got to get a band together to play music for your fairy. Oh, and you got to get the band there. Good luck. I think this one was the hardest. I'm trying to think where the other ones were. Because the fairy down here is gone. Where are you, great fairy? Stop that. Follow it all the way through. Oh, there's a great fairy over here. That's the one that was over here, right? Anyways, we're gonna find the fairies different places. Oh yeah, there's this one over here. The fairy locations in this one are weird. I liked them better in Breath of the Wild because they were nice and spread out. So this one, they're actually pretty close to each other. Like this one's here, and then the other one's just down the road. And then this one here, but this one's like... yeah, like really close together comparatively. Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild, they are pretty spread out. You guys want to talk about Lost Woods really quick? Lost Woods is not unlockable until I free it from Ganon's grasp. If you notice, when we go to Breath of the Wild, so here's another reason why I believe the Yahahas do not exist in time and space. When we try to go to this forest on the surface in Tears of the Kingdom, there is no way in. You can get to, I think, this shrine right here, or maybe this thing over here. I can't remember. There's a way down to get to one of the shrines, but that's just it. You cannot get into here until I go down into the depths in Tears of the Kingdom and come back up and beat that Ganon to free the Deku Tree. And so therefore, I can't even go to the Lost Woods until I beat it in Tears of the Kingdom. I can collect Yahahas in Tears of the Kingdoms and then collect them in Breath of the Wild because it's like sort of freeing the Yahahas. But this forest is inaccessible between the two games until I free it in this one. Because there's a way to get to it here. That means it exists in the other world, and it's just a different way to get to it there. Because they're different timelines. But it's the same Link. So this Link does not know that the Karak Forest here exists in Breath of the Wild until he finds it in Tears of the Kingdom. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm just going to call it Lost Woods because that's what it is. Lost Wads? Okay. Oh, and when it comes to inventory, I can unlock whatever amount of inventory I want to unlock for whatever reason between the games because the inventories matter differently in both games. Like bows and shields aren't as important as this game, but like in all honesty, the shields really don't matter. But I think you still only unlock the same amount of bows, something like that. And I was going to try to restrict that somehow. But then, like, they didn't even give me full weapons, so that means I couldn't unlock all the weapons in Breath of the Wild. And yeah, that would be fun and things. But, like, there's some quests and stuff that require weapons in Breath of the Wild, and then I just realized it's just going to be so much management that it would get tedious. So we're not going to do that. Unlocking a weapon, much different than having to figure out like how much inventory did I have in the other one and how many Yahahas do we have. And the other thing is the cost difference between unlocking inventory is different. So, it's not a good mirror or anything like that. And I just found it to be, that's a bit much. If you could even the stuff out, like it would be really cool if the games were connected. And if I unlocked a melee weapon in Breath of the Wild, it would, because this is what I want. If I really was a rich person and can have someone program this, if I found a Yahaha in either game, it eliminates a Yahaha in the other game. Is what it is. And they both get a poo. But actually, it's just like one inventory of Yahahas. And so what you do is you go and you collect Yahahas freely. And when you go buy an inventory slot, it unlocks the same one for the other version. That's what I really want. Because that would be cool. That means I could freely just grab Yahahas all over the place. But without that being there, it just became like, well, how many of these do I want? It's just that I need to have a reason to collect them in Tears of the Kingdom. To play Tears of the Kingdom. I'm not motivated to do Yahahas as much in Tears of the Kingdom as I am in Breath of the Wild. Because Breath of the Wild, they're so fast. A lot of them are just pick up a rock or put a rock there and things like that. In Tears of the Kingdom, they're like, yo, I hear you like those picking up rocks and things. How about we now make you take this Karak all the way down the road to a camp with a machine, and I hope you have enough battery to get there. And it's just like, are you serious? Or they're like, time for a mini game. And then it takes you like 5 minutes to get a Yahaha done in Tears of the Kingdom. And I was like, I'm just going to do them in Breath of the Wild then. But then there would be no reason to do them in Tears of the Kingdom. I would just unlock enough to get strong weapons in Tears of the Kingdom and not do Yahahas. So that's another reason why I wanted to go the other way. But I found sort of a logical reason why to do it. Because Yahahas really don't exist. They're all in our heads. Where are we at now? Okay, we talked about weapons. Bows and shields. You guys want to talk about these? I'm just kidding. There's no restrictions on these. Why is there no restrictions? Because any of the new stuff only exists in Tears of the Kingdom. So bomb flowers, fire fruit, all that kind of stuff only exist in Tears of the Kingdom. So like monster parts that you can put on a weapon. While we still have like overflow of things like star fragments and fish and that kind of thing, the only exception there could be is things like durian fruit and tomatoes, because those don't exist. But again, they're unique to their games. So the reason why there's not durian fruit, who cares? I have tomatoes and sun pumpkins. Right? There's just, and golden apples. Like, there's just no good way without being like, what do I have unlocked? All the time. Weapons I can keep track of. But this would be impossible. If it sounds amazing to like have Yahahas from each version to unlock your inventory, I know someone working on a hack. I just don't know... Excuse me, working on their own software to apply to the game. Their own software to supplement the game. I don't remember the legal terms. But anyways, yeah. Oh, also, how do ancient blades exist if the Calamity took all the Sheikah technology with it? Because the Calamity happened. I tell you, sometimes people out there, they just look at a studio and say, make me money. And then when someone goes, hey, this game that you made, how does this work in the lore? And the person's just like, the hell are you talking about? This. Not gonna restrict food. And then all the Zonai stuff is new and unique to the game as well. So, like, only the paraglider, I think, is locked. Yahaha, so the croc seeds. I'm trying to think. Oh! Did I tell you all I'm gonna have to delete my games? Because here comes the next part. I can't use a horse until I find it in Breath of the Wild. Because when you save a horse on Breath of the Wild, it transfers to Tears of the Kingdom, which is cool. So we're gonna do that too. But the problem is I have to completely delete Breath of the Wild or find a way to transfer it off, but I don't think I care at this point. So I'm gonna have to completely delete Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, so there's no save data shared between the two. So we're gonna have to get a horse in Breath of the Wild to use it in Tears of the Kingdom, unless I just grab a wild horse out there. There are unique horses in Tears of the Kingdom that I could grab as well, but I don't think I'm going to utilize those at all. And I do need a horse in Breath of the Wild and not Tears of the Kingdom. And you all know I don't utilize my horse very well. Harnesses. I don't think I'm going to go after any harnesses, so it's not worth talking about, but maybe Breath of the Wild. Isn't this crazy that I'm about to delete Breath of the Wild 100% save? Trying to think what else. Wells. Is there anything else I need to restrict? The Puripad we get right away in Tears of the Kingdom, but I don't remember if the camera unlocks later. But they do it, but the Puripad isn't the Sheikah Slate, so I decided, nope, those are two different objects for their timelines. Energy cells, same way. The Travel Medallion is a DLC object in Breath of the Wild, but I don't remember how you get this in Tears of the Kingdom, and I don't think I'm going to restrict it in any way, because I also like the idea that you get 3 of these in Tears of the Kingdom, and it's just going to speed things up that way. I don't know. I don't know. Just depends on how much of the game I complete, I guess. But is that it? I feel like there should be so much more to this, you know? But at the same time, we have... At this moment, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 rules. Trying to think of how many rules I applied to Breath of the Wild last year. I was going to restrict durian fruit, but then I was like, what am I going to do about all of this? And then I decided, you know what? If I can't restrict this, I'm not going to restrict durian fruit. But if we're going to get a bunch of extra hearts because I have to, then... I don't know. I think the most interesting part of the gameplay is going to be figuring out stamina and hearts. I remember when I thought you can only get 999 of some objects. It turns out things like Zonite, nope, you can get as much of that as you want. What's the goal? Defeat Ganon. That will always be the goal. Save Zelda, defeat Ganon. As a Link. I can't think of anything else I would want to do at this point. So we have things like the tier of the dragons. If we want to get true ending, I believe we have to find all of these. But they don't coincide with memories from Breath of the Wild in any way. Different timelines, different memories. But I'm going to say we should probably collect them all. So when it comes to the games, our main goal is to defeat Ganon. Defeat both Ganons. Calamity Ganon and Demon Lord Ganon. And unlock all towers. I think that's fair. I don't think I'm going to restrict towers. So this is the stuff that's unrestricted, but we still have to do it. We have to defeat all Divine Beasts. And dungeons. Includes all 5 dungeons in Tears of the Kingdom. I don't need to do all shrines. I'm not going to do all shrines if I don't have to. What else? What's shared between the games, in a sense? What the hell is that noise? 83.66% completion. Is there anything else? I'm forgetting stuff. Maybe not. We have to get the Master Sword. That's required. Can't beat Evil's Bane without the Master Sword. Well, I should say Master Swords. We got to get the Master Swords. Oh, the dragons. So I thought about this a bit, and I don't think there's any reason to lock out like the ice dragon until I do it on Breath of the Wild or anything like that. Because they're so hard to get to in the first place. In Tears of the Kingdom and in Breath of the Wild, you pretty much just shoot them when you see them. So that's not really going to add to any significant gameplay, I don't think. But I think those rules will make us have to play all the game to a point. Now, in Tears of the Kingdom, there's a bunch of extra stuff. Addison exists. The wells exist. The caves exist. All that kind of stuff. I don't have to do any of it if I don't want to. I don't have to complete the depths except for what I need to complete to do the depths. If that makes sense. So when it comes to the extra stuff in Tears of the Kingdom, That's optional. I only do it if I think it will help me. Breath of the Wild. Let's go back to Breath of the Wild really quick. And this sort of shows just how fast this stuff will load up, though. Like it's 30 seconds, I think. I timed it. It's almost 30 seconds max. Let's go back to Breath of the Wild and take a look at some things. I never wrote down armor. Did we go full ancient gear in this one? So as you can see, we can only have 28 hearts max. So I want to write that down. Up here. 28. 8. So Tears of the Kingdom is also going to get a bit of a handicap because of it. Why they start you at 30 hearts? I think it's 30 hearts at the beginning of Tears of the Kingdom. That's a little insane. And a lie. I will say, I think Tears of the Kingdom does look better. Although, the haze in Tears of the Kingdom is rude. Oh god, I missed this. Abilities won't be restricted between the ones, so Sheikah's slate and the arm. What's it called in that one? Why am I forgetting? It'd be a good refresher of Tears of the Kingdom. I was like, you can get on this roof. Huh. Is there anything I need to look up before I eventually delete this save? Apples for days! Yeah, I was about to ask why my sword is glowy, but then I forgot I did the trial with the sword. I didn't even die until the DLC, that's right. Trial of the sword, we dominated. Didn't we? Really go back and play that in hard mode. Game is so cool. You didn't get that glowing Master Sword in freaking Tears of the Kingdom either. Like it glows when evil's around, but we don't get it to glow all the time. There are so many freaking armors. Let me take a look here. I do wonder if the other armors are amiibo related. I don't think it matters. Was there a Nintendo Switch shirt in Tears of the Kingdom? Wonder. There's no ancient gear in Tears of the Kingdom. Just the Thunder Helm. Holy crap. What the hell was I doing? We must have been playing in a very specific way. I tapped that tree. Oh yeah, I wanted to... I'm not going to restrict us to quests or anything like that. Did I sell all my opal? The frick? Oh, it looks like I did. Do I have 101,000 rupees? Yahaha. All the yahahas. Okay, let me look here. Oh, that's where my horse is. We'll go from the plateaus, and from there, it doesn't really matter, does it? I'll probably go to Kakariko Village, let's be honest. Do shrines as much as we can. Yeah, so each one we need to unlock all the towers, beat all the Divine Beast, all the dungeons. Get the Master Swords. Kill Ganons. That is the main overall stuff. Ba-ba-bum. The other thing is, I'm going to have to remember how to play this. Playing on the keyboard all the time, my hands began to hurt. You know what's nice in this one? The trees don't attack you. The rocks still do, but the trees don't. $30 minutes? Death. Ah. Wow. There was a moblin and then there wasn't. No, what I do like about this one is that the hitboxes aren't terrible when it comes to killing things. Dead. Oh, nice. Good dodge. The Yahaha down there, but not... Oh, nice. Found one. Oh. I'll kill them all. This game is awesome. You know who he's messing with. I'm telling you though, if I was one of those monsters and this is what like just came climbing over the cliff or whatever and just, you know, like my thought would be that's some unusual looking armor, not I'm going to attack that. Wow, right through him. You know, in Tears of the Kingdom, it's much harder to dodge things. Where is it? He went all the way back up. Got him. I didn't take damage there? Wow. Game's hard. Must have min-maxed when we played this. In the sense of, getting this armor and everything. Ow. This is just chews over here, I think. Anything? This is the hardy bass. Much harder to get that extra health in Breath of the Wild. Or Tears of the Kingdom.
Breath of the Wild, they just hand it to you. Here goes the speed boost. Ba-da-dum. Nothing here. Got him. Diamond 2. What in the broken game mechanics? I don't see what came out of that one.
Urbosa's story is ready.
Ah, that's because I did the DLC. I really not get anything out of that one? Oh, salt. Okay. Master Sword strong enough to break ore in one hit. Okay. I don't think I'm forgetting anything. Throwing a rock at me, dude?
It's fun when you have all the in-game stuff. I can't wait until we're struggling. There's more money out here? That sword back on. Let's run up this way. As well eat the food. Winning. You know what's also terrible to fight in Tears of the Kingdom versus this one? It's the undead. Case in point. Dead. Tears of the Kingdom, they like immediately attack you. A lot of them are in the depths and they take your hearts away. Done a circle. Badly damaged. I didn't beat up that much stuff, did I? That's a pretty horse. Gonna go beat up one more thing. We'll go over to Tears of the Kingdom, mess around a little bit there. Wow, that was so cool. There was a dude there. Yeah, might as well. Also, I need to get back to used to playing the game, you know? I stopped playing all the way back in March. I haven't touched the Switch really. But do you have Super Mario Bros. Wonder enjoying it? I have not touched it once. I won't touch it until next month. I can pick up a bow. Pick up 2 bows. What? Oh, my bows. Hold on. Where are my Savage Lionel bows? Messing around before? Yeah, I'll play. I'll probably try to 100% it in December, but I haven't touched a platformer in a long time, and everybody was recommending that one. They're like, dude, you gotta play this one. And I was like, you know, I'm not enjoying the Mario stuff as much as I used to, and they're like, oh, but this is different. You know, and I was like, well, if it's different, but you know. Still gone? I did. Worst ambusher in the world. I don't know why I was ever scared of those guys. Oh, so that's the difference, is going to be the menu as well. So this one, I have to do this. In Tears of the Kingdom, it's the top buttons. Huh? Oh yeah, we did get that armor. The powered up Master Sword in Breath of the Wild is just fantastic. Too bad they didn't make it indestructible. God, you're great, Salty. Bad you're about to be deleted. We start this playthrough a week from Friday. That's December 1st. Technically, the Christmas season for the Salt Cube Factory starts next week. This Friday. Actually, this week. After Thanksgiving. So that'll be fun. Rip Talus. I don't know if there's any Lionels to go kill. Man, this place in Tears of the Kingdom. What? Excuse you? Got him. Got him. See that? See that awesomeness? I still have it. What was that? Zork? What about the stalkers? What about them? Killing a sentry proves that I can kill a stalker. I mean, come on now. Duh. Fine. Go kill a stalker. There's one over here. So yeah, Super Mario Bros. Wonder next month. This I forgot we had the motorcycle. Yeah, but you gotta put fuel in the motorcycle, and it's just let's have a living motorcycle. It's called a horse. Oh wow. Not what I meant to push. I blocked the water with the spear. Spear's still best weapon in game. Do we have the, God dang it. Do we have the, No. I must have broke it at some point. There it is. No ice walls. Let's go. Oh. Okay, let's see if I can get it this time. Okay, I didn't get it that time. Got it. Only took 4 tries. Look at that, I beat him with a spear. What a loser. What absolute garbage. What about the stalker? Do I look scared? What's that? I got fully powered armor? No wonder I won? Excuses. The enemies were that good, they would have beat me anyways. What was that? Beat him with a pot lid? Why? I have a spear. Well, that guy has a better spear. Darn it! That's gonna take some getting used to. Guess we can use this for the time being. Darn it! Did I pause a lot in Tears of the Kingdom? I feel like I'm pausing after every weapon break. Another Hinox. My bow broke. Oh. kind of bow did I get? Quick shot, more power. A sword with 21 attack up? Wow. Wow. Your ability up. The sword. Take the sword. That was completely unnecessary, but I did it anyways. Out of the way! I got hit. He went past me? Why? Trying to hit me or the camera? Hold on, I heard another one, right? I am so good at dodging in this game because I got so used to Tears of the Kingdom not letting you do anything. Like in this game, you can just run around the enemy and stuff like that, and you can also parry yourself to the side. You can't do that in Tears of the Kingdom. Like they stopped letting you do that. I feel like so overpowered in this one now. I mean, I am, but at the same time, like in the sense of just movement. But I do miss one thing. Wee woo! Excuse me, I was minding my own business. Who's shooting at me?
Urbosa's fury is ready.
And also chain attacks. Ow. Freaking. Dude. Dude, really? Dude, really? Ow! Not the right one. Now, what the hell is in this? I'll take it.
Daruk's protection is now ready to roll.
I lost my shield. Okay, good. I like how that one guy... Shock arrows are still, like, the scariest thing in this game. Just electricity in general will just kill you. Alright, let's chaz it up. The damn apples. I had to spam A to drop it too because you can't blow up in your hands. I don't think so. Yeah. Have to drop it first. Yeah, haha. No. That's why to do the like the bomb thing where you like drop the bomb and have the other one push you like billion miles away into the sky. You have to drop them underneath you while you're gliding. Oh, how early in the throw? Right away. Still enough to hit you. Well, I don't remember if it's enough to hit you like before the upgrade or after it. You know what I'm talking about. Oh, hey, buddy. Say hello. Want to say hello? Bo, say hello to everyone. Say hello. Getting used to being picked up, finally? Oh, you gotta sniff me? Oh, sorry. He doesn't like kisses. He doesn't like that sound. Let's see, go. Yeah. Also, you can't turn him onto his belly. Watch. Oh, that was a big one. You're okay. You're okay. He's still getting used to it. Oh, look how sad you look, but you're not really that sad, are you? Wanna sniff this? Don't like the smell of that? Okay. Wanna sniff this? It's empty. You ate it all. Anything else you would like to sniff? You want to get down because I turned you upside down? No? Well, let me fix your sweater. Alright. Galka and Binary say hello. That's it. I'm busy. That's it. I don't know what you want. Gonna work. He doesn't get it. Yeah, they nerfed the boomerangs in Tears of the Kingdom. Nerfed them. Oh God! Poor puppers. He's okay. He just has some fears that you gotta test it every once in a while. He's fearful, and I'm slowly working him out of that fear. This takes a while. Where do I download? I'm right now I'm using CurseForge, which needs Overwolf. So if you have Overwolf, you can download CurseForge. CurseForge has a bunch of mod packs you can then download from them, and it'll automatically load this stuff for you. So you can do it that way. Other than that, I believe you can go to CurseForge and get the mods, but you'll need Forge or Fabric to load the mods into your vanilla Minecraft. There's Planet Minecraft as well, which isn't too bad. It's pretty much a trusted place. Get your mods. Trying to think. Go tell all your friends. Tried Feed the Beast, but they use Overwolf too, and I wanted to install ArenaNet. The ads aren't too invasive, but what I do is I usually start up. I usually get to where I can. I don't have the newest version of Overwolf. I just have the newest version of CurseForge because I don't have to run Overwolf to have CurseForge for some reason. So Overwolf always doesn't load up and says, you know, you need to install the newest version of Overwolf. But with CurseForge, I go in, get what I need, and then close out of it. There are ads running, but they're not too invasive or anything like that. So you can usually, they also don't make sound. I don't know if you need to mute the ads, but mine don't make sound or anything like that. And if they're sitting in the background, I don't know. It's weird that they're running ads like that and stuff. But I get it to like survive in this day and age. But yeah, a lot of people upset about it. Yeah, I understand. But I had it before they did that. So for me, it was like I was born in the dark. What's Flint? I think that was the best way I could say it. Wow. I didn't get that last one. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, I didn't think I searched these. Flint? I wonder if I can lift that bottom one up if it was raining. Huh. You gotta be one of the scariest stalkers in the game. Whoa! Shield couldn't block it. Oh! I could have gotten much worse without this armor and shield. Also snuck away from these guys. I think it's crazy that these guys take 2 hits to knock down. Well, it could have gone worse. Could have gone better. I have, like, no food. Must have used it all up before I was like, I'm done. Or I just didn't want to cook anymore. My, nice. I really should go and practice Tears of the Kingdom before we get to this next Friday. 'Cause that's the one that's gonna mess me up the most. I have like 800 hours of this game under my belt. I am the machine. core. Dang, man! Look at all this. That guy didn't get away. That guy's never going back home. That guy right there is dead. I want to point out those keys only have 1 health. And I just did like 400 damage to it. Actually, no. It disintegrates them, so I just sent them into the nothingness. It, like, it existed, Now it doesn't. Good old Sheikah technology.
Daruk's protection is now ready to roll.
Who needs that? I'm a freaking tank. Another core. I'm so proud of myself. Thought there was another stalker out here. What made it one shot on the other one?
Rivali's Gale is now ready.
Deleted. Deleted. Am I wrong here? Isn't there supposed to be a stalker right here? I'm looking for trouble and can't find it. Oh, there's one way over there. Jerk. Didn't search that either. I don't think this horse has enough spurs. I think it's cool in Tears of the Kingdom that you can improve any horse. Nice. All this stuff ever. Sort of miss stalkers. They were fun to fight. A lot of people hate them, but including myself. But I don't know. I don't think Tears of the Kingdom really has anything the same besides maybe the hands. And even then, it's really easy to get away from them usually. Excuse you. They dropped their guts. Got it.
Oh.
Really? Bit. Hidden 3. It's a well! I didn't do this for some reason. Long throw. Yes! Eat! I thought this horse was maxed out. Cannot pet horse. I am sad. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Damn it. Deleted. What is your evasion? I'll suck. Guys, I'm the hero? Give me something good. Fireproof elixir. Oh. Where did that chew even come from? Okay. Here's the kingdom. Let's take this link home. Link now lives in a Tino village. Since Castletown doesn't get repaired for some reason. Takes them. They build a school in a Tino village. An underground place for Zelda. Trying to think what else is there. And all sorts of stuff. It's like stuff like that, but then like you go to Castletown and it's empty. It's like, what? Terrytown has a freaking roller coaster. Ba-da-da-da-dum. Okay. Well, GG's, Breath of the Wild. GG's. This bed is gonna see some use, Link. Don't worry. Don't worry. All my friends! Daruk. I can't get my horse out here. Thank you. Is this supposed to be the stable? Or if that's just something they never finished. Damn rock, get out of my lawn, man. Anyways, that save in my hard mode save is going to be, master mode save is going to be deleted. Let's go to this one. Been 6 months since I last touched Tears of the Kingdom. So the interesting part here, when it comes to the controls, it's gonna remember this. Now, you may think I'm just playing the game, but actually this is part of the process. Funny enough, I have to remember how to play games when I go back to playing them. Breath of the Wild, not so much. That's why I was sort of messing around there. Tears of the Kingdom is still new, fresh, that kind of thing, so... Good luck with this. Good thing we get to start from the beginning. What am I trying to do here? This. I was like, why isn't this working? God, the controls are still terrible. Do you think that will actually go? No. Hold on. So, if you have motion controls on, you can just do this. You can just shake the controller, and it will also break them apart. Come to find out. I didn't think I had motion controls on, but... Nice. Nice. Why is it doing that? Those wheels don't turn, right? 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 See? I'm already doing that. What do I have here? A fan. Hold on, isn't there an auto build? Oh man, what do we have? Water freezer, rainmaker. Scatter trap. Aerial cannon. Shock trap. Whirling basher. Beam spinner. Oh, yes. Machines of Doom. Oh, frick was this one? I don't remember what the heck I was doing. Where's the armor that I want to wear? This one. Excuse me. Thanks. This is what I probably want to improve on in the future. Something tells me what I have on is not shockproof. What else do I have on? Not shockproof. Who would have thunk it? Oh, the spear is, though. All of them died instantly there. That was easy. See, this is what I'm talking about. We get one of these babies, get some good parts. Uh-oh. Not alone here. Run for your life, Zorric. Is that an apple on the front of that? It rocks pretty hard, but it rocks pretty hard, if you know what I mean. The construct bows, all that we can use freely. Sudden music. See a camp. Is that a Lionel? Charge! Don't worry, I'm safe in here. I'm sure of it. Okay. No longer safe. Rude. Bombs. Got him. Get destroyed. Like, literally. Die now. That was awesome. So that also reminds me just how bad this game was in ways. The laser beams don't attack the weak points of things. They sort of attack the center of them. And you get lucky if you hit the weak points. So, yeah. What's in here? A gnarled wooden stick. It's a Lionel over here. Looks like I was using this shield. Oh, it's fine. Yeah, this one you can't dodge backwards twice in a row. Yeah, the perfect dodges make you feel powerful in this one, yeah. The Savage Lionel shield. But they're not magical. That's right. You can't have a magical thing unless it's a silver Lionel. But you can have the upgraded weapons. I took one hit in that. Yeah, this game is much more brutal when it comes to the combat. They did not give you a lot of armor with top stats. This one. That small burst of super speed? That's because Link controls time. So the other one seemed a little more compact this way with taller things. Something in the water there? Had to be, right? I wonder how fast I can make one of these. The heck was it shooting at? Wrong, buddy. You need help? You okay? I don't think I liked the armor and shields in this one either. Did anything break? I think it was just the frost thing that broke. That's why I got rid of it in one of the designs. All right, off we go. I liked the idea of customizing your own machine, but there's problems. The other problem was, like, if you did something like this, you'd lose a lot of your loot. There's only so many entities can be on the screen at once. I don't know. Also, it was really expensive to upgrade things, and it's really slow to earn money. A lot of people were, you know, duping items and things like that to finish their stuff. And I never figured out, I mean, frozen meat was one thing, but it was just weird how they sort of slowed everything down. And that was like the big problem with Tears of the Kingdom. Like, why can't I break? You know what I mean? And then this. I touch a tree and it goes right up the tree. That don't make sense. I really wanted to like the you know, fusing things and that kind of thing and the machines. But it became a lot of work to get it started, and then it became a lot of work to Remember when I first ran into that and it kept throwing me into the, like, forever away? Thing would explode and I'd go flying. No, just me. It didn't damage my... You know... This is one of the first of the machines that I made, and it's tanky. Every bit of loot in this game can be a weapon. All the horns. That fire. Also, every time you stop, the thing rocks really hard. Should have been an auto looter. Where's your friend? All right, we're going. See, I don't think this one can move in the first place. Okay. I saw that gold apple. Oh, I can shoot the chews coming out of the tree. Person just hay me? Yahaha! And that's why we're gonna do the yahahas in this one, because holy crap. The heck? What? Oh, it had a bag full of meat? Did I kill the bear? I know I saw that bear. Yeah, Tears of the Kingdom did not grow on me like it did other people. It definitely feels more vindictive, if anything else. Same, yeah. I really feel like the devs were mad at the player base or something. Definitely still feels that way coming back to it, so. Oh yeah, because I only need 2 hearts to max out. Again? Doesn't work now, does it? There's hands close to here. For sure. Master Sword's power has been restored. Probably shouldn't have done that. Missed. Which bow do I have on? I want a mod text that says the Master Sword is awoken from its nap and wants a juice box. You could do that. I don't know. Combat in this game feels second rate, in my opinion. There's things you can do, like what I just did, running around, fusing stuff, throwing it at stuff, that kind of thing, but I don't know. Don't go forward. I feel like the game was a lot. Almost too much. He's after me. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's overkill. I win. They lose. Papa John's. Wait. I want a mod for this game that, I don't know. Makes it better. Again, it's not a bad game, and there's a lot to enjoy, a lot to like. It just sometimes I don't. I can't get down over here. Like, doing this is fun to a point, I guess. But what I think when I play this, since Breath of the Wild's gonna be my bread and butter, the best thing I can do is try to get as much completed in this as possible. So I can unlock stuff in Breath of the Wild and enjoy things like, I didn't know you could destroy that. Look at the wheels. So making a vehicle that moves fast would probably be a good idea. His hands down here. Maybe. Maybe not. The hands don't want to come out and play. Maybe I just did this. That reminds me, I did want to try something. What's up, nerds? Also, that dodge is so annoying because they're not, like, dodging. Whoops. See? Just their hitbox doesn't matter sometimes. What? Pine cones did it. Anyways, I'm gonna need a victim. Check something out. And if it's true, it's gonna be extremely important to the future of this gameplay. And I need to go and do it. Going here. I don't know if there's still chests here, but this, I think, is one of the overpowered things that Nintendo overlooked. And it doesn't take a lot to make it or do it or whatever. I don't know what I'm trying to say here, but let me switch to this armor. Switch to this shield. Probably shouldn't have broke the weapon I did. But what am I saying? I have endless amounts of weapons here, and we're gonna delete this one. Oh, crap. Oh, I don't know where I am. This way. So these guys have this like quest here. And in this quest, there's these chests. Right? And I think they're gone now. But not all of them. I saw another one there. Of course, the bottles with the clues. Okay. So this is definitely the spot to do it. And these chests are always here, I think. Something like that. So if I take this, apply it to that one, right? I now, in auto build, have this history of these chests. And I can now make my own. I mean, there's going to be chests to take the place here. But I have the ability to move chests. Technically. Now, let me go find a Lionel. One right this way. Yeah. Whoa. I think they patched it. No, they didn't. So he has to destroy those chests. And so it. You're really bad at that. I didn't realize you were that bad at that. I'm missing a component to this. Glad I chose to fight this one and not a better one. That way we can break the thing. See what I was doing here. Oh, probably put that on. 27. So there's something here that will... There's something I'm missing. There's a way to make these indestructible because it won't delete the item. Is it a dragon part? Like a dragon scale, maybe? Because those are broken in this one. You never find anything right away. I have a dragon scale. Old. Rot. Okay, let's try it again. I think the silver Lionels are marked in with stars, and any other Lionels marked with a diamond. And I just want to test this on. Okay, we don't want to do it here. Diamond. If this works, it's going to be broken. If it doesn't work, then I don't know. I've seen something like this before, but you need chests to do it. No, that still destroyed it.
Anyhow, before I die. Jump to the side, Zorric. That's a claymore. Yeah, I don't know how to do the thing. There's a way to do it, though. Unless they patched it out directly, which I wouldn't be surprised, because Nintendo's full of shit. Every time they've tried to patch this game, too, they've broken it some other way, which is hilarious. I actually liked the depths here because of the heart system. Huh. I get guts from that one? Just a fingernail. I don't know why I'm using this. Well, we got these weaker weapons. I think dragon parts are probably going to make this a lot easier too. These aren't the strongest weapons. But I'm feeling good about the rule set. Take another look at it tomorrow for sure. Tomorrow, I think I should do a starting run in this game. So delete the save data tonight.
We'll start Tears of the Kingdom tomorrow. Just to get a nice... I call it a false start because I'm gonna reset the game again officially, but again, I want to sort of show what I do. And I'm not gonna have to do it as much for this one because I've played through Breath of the Wild so much, but like... That what blew up over there? Oh! Is there another bomb flower? That one's doing. He gave up. Gave up early. The combat, I don't know, going from Breath of the Wild to this one, maybe it isn't as bad as I thought. It definitely, with the bigger creatures, you don't get away with as much, and your bow isn't as powerful in this one. For sure. Why do I have so many, Oh, I can use this. Also, muddle buds and other things I really need to take advantage of in the future. See, they like immediately pick up their heads and stuff. I hate the undead in this one. Hate! A knight's broadsword? Do I have a boulder? I saw one. Where did I see that? Do I have any food? Speed up here. I'll be deleting this tomorrow anyways. Goodbye, first playthrough. I knew ye well. Go. I guess it's not much stronger. Boulders really aren't the play. I'm sad the little chest trick thing doesn't work. Of course, I don't know if I'm doing it right. They've updated this game a few times. Probably update it again. So this is how we get bombs, though, through these bomb flowers found in caves and down in the depths. And if I want to do shrines quickly, that's probably my best bet, is to get as many of that as possible. So we may be spending some time in the depths just to stock up on things, get some zonites. I don't think we'll find many pristine weapons along the way. Very specific spots can have them. Where are the enemies? What? Where are the enemies? Guess the game forgot. Also, if you're driving around down here, you run over a bomb flower, it explodes. That's fun. Picking up these poes is extremely satisfying. Also this. Why do they have armor? This is a perfect time to use this. Not that. I just did that for fun. To use... Does this even hurt them? Wow! That was freaking awesome. Jeez. What keeps exploding? Poof. I also hate that you can't climb those without the ladder. What's up with that? This is just 10 arrows, right? Or a Sunderline. Well, that was fun. That's a construct. I'm gonna go fight one of those. It's been a while since I've even thought of them. But yeah, this is the game I have to get used to again. Breath of the Wild, it all came back to me pretty quickly. It was like the 6th time playing through it last time, 5th, 6th time, something. I don't know. I played a lot of Breath of the Wild. This one, I'm sure I could just... Those are fun to fight. Also, this is one of the best mining things you can have. So if I put this on my sword here, yeah, 27 attack. It's only a I never beat that one. Nah, I've been there before, right? It'd be weird if I never beat this one. Do I have certain things here? What's this? Molduga Monster Metal. All the light roots, all the wells. The Earthquake technique. Oh yeah, I don't need a weapon. That's what I was doing earlier. I don't know how much damage that does or anything like that. But it exists. Speed food is gonna be essential. It only takes one hit to break things now. But bomb arrows are also going to be essential to moving fast in this one. Soldier's broadsword. So the knight's broadsword is 7. This is 12 with durability up. And it's in pristine... whatever. So... I did... Oh, what happened? Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Use this to it. It'd be 28 and a hammer. That's already stronger than the other one, even though the knight stuff is stronger than the soldiers. But you can re-roll those weapons by save quitting and re-roll the whatever else. Anyways, now we can freeze things with this sword. what I need to do. All the way up here. And find the crap I was looking for earlier. This. Muddlebug. They should start fighting each other. Like so. Already? Onto a 5-shot. All that for Zonite. Oh, I didn't blow that up. The other thing that I can do, let's see if I can find an enemy to do it. Might have to port somewhere. About to lose my speed too. Speed is better than no speed. Wow, the Zonite sitting right here. All the Zonite I'll ever need. This did come back to me a little bit, though. Pure amount of loot you have to pick up. Is there a Talus up there? No, it's a weapon. Check this one out before. Soldier's Claymore. I don't really need that. Here we go. So, Puff Shroom. will allow me to sneak strike. If I hit him, though. That's why I love ice. Give you a moment to think. Not to say. But anyways, yeah, I gotta learn to utilize that stuff better with the weapons that I may be finding in the future. All that kind of stuff. In this one, I feel like combat, they made a lot more complex and expected a lot more from the player versus the way Breath of the Wild was. And I just don't think I used it to the fullest and felt really frustrated at the game at times because, you know, when the developers expect you to understand something and not happening, you get really frustrated because you're not realizing that there's a little more that needs to come from you to maybe enjoy the game, or you just need a little more skill or whatever it is. You may die now. Everything you kill in the depths gives you Zonite for the most part. Maybe the energy crystal. God, I hate that. 3 weapons to choose from. Forest Dweller's Spear. Wow, we finally found the Forest Dweller's Sword. Pretty sure my my camera was be done with all of that. But these, if I put like that puff shroom at the end of them or something like that, it'll eventually come back. So you can walk up to something and poke it. It'll do the puff shroom thing, and then, yeah. Where are we? Yeah, we're close to the... But yeah. Oh, man. Just sucked in some spit. Okay. Here, we need a sword. Because blunt objects and pokey objects will not kill these trees. This one! None of those trees came to life. None of them. No, they're just gonna die. The silver Lionel. If I eat power food, switch to the radiant armor, and then pick up this weapon, he will die instantly. That was a silver Lionel, so that was the strongest of the Lionels. And it no longer exists. Poof! Can't pick up that. Silver Lionel, though. Well, I can always see if, 5-shot? Nice. There's a claymore user. I can't pick up any more arrows. Durability up. Yeah. Well. Yeah, so this weapon is my Royal Guard Sword Molduga Jaw combo. It's 144 damage. With the 10 attack up there, it's 144 damage. And then the 30% from the food plus the armor, I think gives like 30 or 40% on top of that, or maybe 100. I don't know. But you only need 6 strikes to kill a silver Lionel, and you will kill it every freaking time. And it's great. Hello? The hammer broke. Everything shall die. And that's why we use elemental weapons. God. Oh, I don't need this armor on right now, do I? I don't think I have anything stronger than it, though. Anti-fire armor, then. What else did I get from them? I don't know why I'm picking up all this loot. It's not like I need it anymore. Practice? Practice. Talking practice, yo. Dropped at least an eyeball. Guess I don't know where the other one fell, maybe? It's right here. Drop an eyeball? Come on. So yeah. I'll say goodbye to this save file. I don't think I was gonna be able to do that without armor, but I guess I can test it. Put on something else. Oh yeah, that would have really hurt. I mean, it did just really hurt. Look at all the hearts that are gone. That's it, just a quarter. This. Look at this. I've beat him before, but... But not like that. Had weapons. Another reason bows and shields will probably be okay. Fine sooner rather than later and start using is because in this one you're gonna need them, and then like they're not decayed. That's nice. The Traveler's Spear. I could have grabbed that, but I didn't. There's that lava pouring out of the sky. Like you do when you're lava. Igneous Talus. Sure, I'll take a Traveler's Sword. Go beat up the Igneous Talus. What this is first. Traveler's Spear. Boom. Left behind a heart. I that you can use as a elemental shield. Which looks like that's what I've been doing, is putting them on my shields. So this could cool me down, this could warm me up. Or you can put them on a weapon. Plus 27 attack. The miner's weapon. Came through and grabbed that light root, but I didn't do anything else here. Did I kill that out there? 100%ing this game. I don't see why maybe I wasn't able to get everything done. Of course, if I ever 100% this game, I'm using ZeldaDungeon.net. Not even do anything? Oh, he is hurt. Oh, and so am I. Get out of that. Oh. Never thought about using those with a 5-shot bow to sort of just hit the weak spot on that. See how long I was out, and it was like, nah, you were still mad. So this was definitely a spot I did not explore, which is interesting. Probably a lot of igneous talus over here. Also, bones. Aren't bones usually like the chest are? Maybe not. The heck is this? Oh, it's close to the dungeon. How many light roots in a row there are? What the heck? Wow. Treasure. A lot of these over here. Here where you initially come down. Maybe it's that light route. Of course, something there. But anyhow, we're going to be playing a lot of this, so time to head back home. Ugh. But tomorrow I think we'll do a little bit of testing. If not, we'll do something else. Depends on how I feel tonight. After looking at this, playing through it a little bit, I need to look at anything else before I delete the saves. But it looks like the saves will be deleted, so we can start fresh on both files. Till morning. Been gone a long day. I don't like how you're... Blood Moon. Yeah, those will still happen. Blood Moons can happen a lot, too. That's a forced one. Yeah. Also, what the frick? I thought this stuff was on fire. I didn't like the custom house in this one as much as the other one. It was just upgrading the other one, and it looked like a house. This one, it was weird. I don't know if I like it at all, type of thing. So, I don't know. You can also, like, lock rooms out of each other and stuff. That's why it's built like this. But, I don't know. Waking up and feeling rested? Yeah. Well rested. But anyhow, we're going to go ahead and close that. Shut that down. Shut down the switch. Already 5:30. I'm going to move this microphone back to about theirs. Might have to fix this camera a little bit, too. I think it got moved or something by accident. Darn it. I don't know why my green screen's messing up. Even moved it over and it's still doing it. But anyhow, yeah. So that's fun, right? We get do this one. Outro music. So we made some rules, things like that. Played the games a little bit. Usually I do like to start a game, see the beginning of it and stuff to sort of put me in the mindset when I do it again. Or play through the game. But I'm not going to do that this time since I've played Breath of the Wild so much and Tears of the Kingdom is still sort of fresh. But I think starting over is going to teach me everything that I forgot. And hopefully I pick up some new thoughts and skills and things along the way. Who knows? But I won't have to worry about spoilers and that kind of thing this time because we're just playing through the games at the same time, but not at the same time type of thing. So it should be a lot of fun. You want to come say hello? Say hello. Oh, you been licking your booty? Have you been licking your booty? Your paws are cold, buddy. Say, because I'm an old man. Say hello. Say hello. Got Bo and Lucky today. Anyways, I didn't think today was going to be a super popular day or anything like that. But thanks for being here if you were. Galka, Binary. I think, oh, Duncan? Patcha and Zahynus. You were here. Any mods lurking in chat, I appreciate you as always. Galka says hello. But, yeah, that's it. I will let you all know what I'm doing tomorrow. I didn't plan to actually go this long today. I sort of got sucked into both games. Just mess around. When you're at the end game, it's a lot of fun to do stuff, so. Oh boy, huh? have to drool on me? Supper time? Is that what's going on? Licking your drool off? Gross. Yes, you have a happy evening as well. But yeah. Very Legend of Merry Zelda Christmas starts December 1st. Christmas time starts this Friday. So it'll be a week from this Friday. We'll be playing who knows what. What is happening with my green screen? Stone Block 2 for sure. We'll see if we can finish that up before December. But Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, and Super Mario Bros. Wonder will all be December as well. And who knows? Who knows? But other than that, is there anything else to say? Not really. Not really. I will be taking this Thursday off for Thanksgiving, so won't be here for that. Any Guild Wars 2 news I will put up on the Discord. So join the Discord. The Necro stuff went up today. I don't know if I'm sold on the Necro stuff, but we'll see. We'll see. But, yeah, let's end the show. So as always, I leave you with this. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. All we got. Have a great night, day, evening, morning, afternoon, whatever time it is. Make it great. If you're going to bed, sleep well. Get that rest. You will need it. Trust me. I don't see you for the rest of this week. We'll be testing things still. We'll play some Stone Block 2, maybe. Probably. More than likely. Got some rule sets for Time Link done, so, you know, see if we need another day tomorrow. I thought it might take a few more days to test some things, but I don't think so. I think I have a good idea what's going on here. It should be fun. It should be fun, I hope. Please come watch it. Hit the like button, subscribe, all that kind of stuff. We don't see you for the rest of the year because I get busy with the holidays, life, work, that kind of thing. The VODs are always here, but it's the year of physical health. Get up, move around, and Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, whatever you're celebrating. Make sure it's fun. Eat a lot of food. Whatever. Okay. I'm going to go eat some food. Bye.